Alright, let's get this started. Good morning, everyone. Make sure I'm coming across good. Alright, test. Yeah, there we go. Much better. Alright. Let's get this party rolling. Tell me, in the world down below, do all of your kind look so different from one another? It must be terribly disconcerting. What was it? Cop called you again? Sniffle? Your names are as odd as your appearance. Have you ever considered a nice Moogle name? Moglin is taken, by the way, Cupo. As are Moghan, Mogmug, and Mogwin. These being the names of the three wise Moogles who will administer the momentous challenges that I have devised to measure your worth. I call them the Trials of Trustworthiness. Undertake these trials, and we shall soon see whether or not you are worthy of our aid. Yay, weapons! Just a heads up for anyone watching, at night I stream on Twitch doing basically duty runs. If anybody ever wants to come watch, same name, Sniffle23. But let's... start knocking this out. Hello, Moghan. If your tummy is gloopy or your wings are droopy, I've got a potion to fix that. Or I would if I didn't keep running out of ingredients. Luckily, you're here to do my trial. Yes, go forth, mighty adventurer, and mightily pluck 3 sprigs of cloud's breath for me. You'll find it blooming near the entrance of Alton. It's not the safest of places, so don't let yourself be too distracted by the pretty flowers. We have Mogmug. Yes, you have the pleasure of speaking with Mogmug. I know, I am the fluffiest, most enchanting creature you have ever laid eyes upon, Cupo. It isn't easy being this adorable. I can barely take a stroll outside without those relentless Dravonians throwing themselves at me. Why, they look as if they might just gobble me right up. In any case, fleeing their overbearing adulation is growing a bit tiresome. Your trial, madam, is this. Find these ardent Archosaurus and slap some manners into them, Cupo. Perhaps a firm smack on the snout will teach them to appreciate my charm from afar. Mogwin's the name, and art is my game. When it comes to painting, there are none in Mogholm who can match my talent with a brush, Cupo. I know why you have come. Chieftain Moglin has demanded that I test your trustworthiness, but as I trust no one to create art that will satisfy me, I instead charge you with retrieving a masterpiece I seem to have misplaced. It was an ambitious and innovative work, guaranteed to fetch at least 4 Cupo nuts on the open market. You must find it. Question the masses. Surely a pebble painted with such vibrant color and unmistakable panache cannot have escaped the notice of every Moogle in Mogholm. Start the easy one first. Mogwin is missing his masterpiece, Cupo. Oh, you mean that paint-smeared mess of a pebble? I've not seen it recently, a fact for which my eyes are profoundly grateful. Maestro Mogwin has misplaced his masterpiece, Cupo. Oh, happy day. If I am the swifter in finding it, I will soon have a genuine Mogwin for the price of a little perspiration. Honestly, who has 4 Cupo nuts just lying about to spend on such luxuries? I don't know much about his stone, but I do know Mogwin's been creeping out the back way to Sumall Summit for some time, Cupo. Maybe he left it up there. Well, what did you find out, Cupo? Yes, now that you mention it, I do seem to recall leaving my pebble out in the sun to dry. Ahem. The second part of your trial commences. Go, adventurer, and receive my masterpiece before some art-starved admirer swipes the stone for himself. Well, I took the wrong way. That's my fault. Last night, while I was doing duties, I did see the back. I don't think I noticed this up here last time. Maybe I did. Goodness, I didn't expect all of this. I love that view. That looks awesome. There are a lot of Moogles up here, way more than I expected. It won't let me jump down, or I would. That is one thing this game protects you of that WoW does not, is you can just jump off ledges in WoW and die. Whereas here, it's like, nope, you'll die. Don't do it. Do you have it, Cupo? Is my masterpiece safe? Yes, your painted rock is safe. Yes, this is my work. Is it not exquisite? I call it Contemplations on Zenith. Thank you, madam. At least I can exchange my art for those delectable Cupo nuts. Chieftain Moglin will hear of this valorous deed. And... sure, red mage, why not? I wonder. Chocobo Porter. I always like grabbing those just in case. Though, now that I have a mount, it is less important. Oh, another one. Everything seems to come in threes. Alright. Now I need Briggs of Cloud's Breath. Yeah, those I need to sell, but whatever. I'll fix them in a minute. Something tells me I can't go that way. huh? It was hidden. Hidden in the bush. I really need to go to Ul'dah and do my class quest. I may do that next after finishing up here. Usually don't take very long. You were able to humble my Dravonian devotees. Wonderful. You are as capable as I am captivating, Cupo. Still, my precious perfection does not excuse those louts from pursuing me so mercilessly, their tongues lolling and bellies rumbling. The Dravonians and their ilk have much to learn about acceptable acts of admiration. Do you have any trouble finding Cloud's Breath? I do need it quite urgently, you know. Yes, had a hard time. Oh yes, these are perfect, Cupo. Now I have the main ingredient for my palm tonic. Speaking of which, how are you feeling, miss? Should you ever feel your palm losing its bounce, then I'm your Moogle, Cupo. Sniffle, if that is what you insist on calling yourself, you have completed the trials of trustworthiness administered by the taskmasters Moghon, Mogmug, and Mogwin. During these grueling tests of character, I closely observed your conduct as well as those of your companions, and I am decided. Cupo, gather your friends before me now so that I need not repeat myself needlessly. I will be right back. Alrighty, let's get this party started. Again. Aether current. Have you ever bathed in the waters to the northeast? Of course not, because a gang of burly Hropkins has been attacking any who go near them. If you were kind enough to slay a few, that might scare them away, giving me time for a dip in the waters. Are these trials over then? My tasks have been a little more than household chores. If our hosts elect not to grant their aid after working us like a pack of chocobos, I shall demand compensation and Cupo nuts out of principle, but I hope it will not come to that. Let us hear the chieftain's verdict, shall we? How go your trials, warrior light? I myself have been sent on a number of expeditions to chastise the local dragon population. Did not their chieftain wish to avoid inflaming the Dravanians? Such contradictions aside, our hosts seemed entranced by the height of my leap. They compared me to Mog, a lance-wielding Moogle warrior of Eld, who also favored such attacks. I was hoping that they would actually reference Mog, because Final Fantasy 3/6. 'Twas meant as a compliment, I expect, but I doubt these furry lumps could outleap a caracal lamb, much less a dragoon. Conclude your business here swiftly, Sniffle. I like not this place. Astinian. He hates everything. He can't help the dragon. Standing here in Mogholm, my thoughts turn inevitably to the legend of good King Mogulmog the 12th and his seat in the heavens. Like most, I thought it no more than a myth, a story of younglings that grew with the telling, but with every passing moment I become more certain that we have discovered the origin of the tale. Full eager am I to hear what the chieftain has to say. What sorcery is this, that my heart should stir at mere fluffiness? Sniffle, no matter. What is it? Chieftain Moglin has made his decision. Let us not keep him waiting then. Moogles are awesome. That's all there is to it. We've become such friends, Cupo. My Moogle cousins love to sing and dance as much as I do. Chieftain Moglin has finally come to a decision, has he? Well, I suppose I'd better flutter over and see him. Is that everyone? I think that's everyone. Let's get the decision from the lazy Moogle. I may end up having to restart my computer in the stream, so sorry if I do. Never have I seen such determined workers, Cupo. It would have taken us moons to complete all those dreary chores and niggling errands. And have our labors proven the purity of our intentions, Chieftain? Without a doubt. In fact, there was never really all that much doubt to begin with. You were, after all, already friends with a fellow Moogle. But you see, before any meeting with Race Valucor could take place, certain preparations needed to be made, and what better way to help you pass the time than by having you perform all the tiresome tasks that no one ever wants to do, Cupo? Of course. Oh dear, the horn. Bring out the horn, quickly now. We blow on this wondrous instrument whenever we wish to speak with the Great Worm, Cupo. We haven't perhaps been treating it with the care it deserves of late, and I think Moghon may have sat on it. So we needed some time for the cleaning and polishing and straightening. No lasting harm done, though. Now you need simply head to Zenith, the worm's dwelling to the west, and give the horn a good toot. Toot toot. We're in your debt, chieftain. Thanks for your noble gift. We shall finally have a chance to plead our case to Hraesvelgar. Very possibly, yes, but I wouldn't get my hopes too high. The old worm isn't terribly fond of, Your concern is appreciated, but I am quite certain that Hraesvelgar will welcome our overtures. Should we ever arrive at his lair, come. We have squandered enough time already. Such an angry dragoon. Chieftain Moglin, we thank you for your gracious hospitality, though we must soon take our leave. I pray that we may continue to nurture the shoots of this new-sprung friendship twixt earth and sky. Of course, Kipo. Visit us whenever you wish. Consider Mogholm your home amongst the clouds. Yay! Thanks for the help, Kipo. I doubt I would ever have found the time for all those rotten chores. Hey, it wasn't my idea. If the chieftain had spent a little less time sitting about and a little more time chieftaining, things would never have gotten so messy in the first place. And he was the one who sat on the horn, by the way. But now all the errands are done and the horn is fixed, so all's well that ends well, eh, Kipo? Well, I expect you're eager to be on your way. Did I mention your friend was looking for you, Kipo? If not, Alphino is looking for you. I'll be waiting just outside, stretching my wings. Let me know when you're ready to depart. To the best of my knowledge, we have all that we need for a trip to Zenith. And I believe the Elder Seedseer and her retinue will soon be making the journey back to Gridania. It would be remiss of us, I think, not to convey our gratitude to them prior to going our separate ways, shall we? Alphino, Sniffle, I do humbly thank you for what has been the most enlightening experience. Were it not for your pioneering spirit, the existence of these Moogles might never have been revealed to us. 'Tis we who should be thankful, Elder Seedseer. Were it not for your timely diplomacy, they would never have chosen to reveal themselves at all. And 'twas your presence, Kuplacop, that ultimately won us their trust. It must have taken great courage to leave the Sanctuary of the Twelveswood, and we are exceedingly glad that you did. It was my pleasure. I've made so many new friends, and have so many fantastic tales to tell my kinsmoogles back home. And it is to our home that we must now return. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal, my friends. Safe journey, Elder Seedseer. We too must be on our way. Hraesvelgar awaits. Warrior Blight, pray attend closely to your companion, Sir Estinian. Beneath that stoical facade, a storm of anguish seethes unseen. It's obvious. Alright, I think we're in a good spot. Let's do a class quest. Unlock some new abilities. I have a feeling that's where that quest is. Back to Jenkins. Oh, Jinlands, not Jenkins. We live in troubled times, Sniffle, as you know well. That is why it is more important than ever that the Sultan Sworn stand ready to serve as the sword and shield of the Sultanate. For a time I feared that our order was doomed, but then you helped us to restore our good name. Your shining example inspired many young men and women to seek us out. Even as we speak, they train to hone their skills. A few words of encouragement from the famed Free Paladin herself would do much to motivate them further, I should think. Perhaps you would consider paying them a visit at Camp Blue Frog. Alright. Owen. Well met, Sniffle. It's been ages since last we spoke, certainly not since you helped us recover the crown. At the moment, Phyllis and I are conducting drills with the new recruits at the East Watchtower. They'll be thrilled to see you, I'm sure. That's right, I can actually fly here. Since we all know you're a woman of few words, I thought we might forego the speech and instead ask you to favor us with a display of your swordsmanship. We've laid out bait for the basilisk already. In fact, you need only wait for them to come. Hooray, clap, clap, clap. Really a rousing performance, Sniffle. Thank you. It is one thing to talk about proper technique, but an altogether different thing to see it firsthand. I think it's safe to say the recruits will long remember this day, as will I. And what new toy do we get to play with, if anything? Hopefully that wasn't all that there was to that quest. That was pretty quick. Welcome, Sniffle. I gather the recruits took your lesson to heart. Would that I had some way to repay you, some knowledge or technique to bequeath to you. I am humbled to admit that there is nothing I can teach you. All I can offer you is my heartfelt thanks. Pray go forth, my friend, and continue to defend the people of Ul'dah and Eorzea at large. Mm-hmm. That's what I thought. Begging your pardon, Sniffle. Papa Sean. We need to talk, but not here. At the dispatch yard, outside the city. I knew something was up. There was no way it was going to be that easy. I'm trying to get better about not running around with my map open. Because honestly, it's just easier. Yeah. Good, I'm glad I'm not showing up and he's dead. Thank you for coming, Sniffle. You must be wondering why I called you here. It concerns Solkazgal, Jinlin's predecessor. As you may recall, he continues to search for Oathkeeper, the sword stolen from us by the Monetarist minions. From time to time, he sends me missives, sharing with me his latest discoveries. His most recent one contained a startling claim. He wrote that he found the sword at long last. But that was some time ago, and he has not contacted me since. I would not trouble Jinlins with this news, not until I learn what has become of Solkazgal. At the very least, will you help me find him? I knew I could count on you, Sniffle. I knew there was something like this. There had to be. For now, all I know is that his last missive came to me by way of Ishgard. Once I learn more, we can begin the search in earnest. At level 52. I'm a little bit above that. But I had to be I had to finish Heavensward before I could start, or enter Heavensward before I could start these quests. Ah, just the woman I was hoping to see. I know you know, I now know from where Solkazgal sent his last missive to me. Falcon's Nest, a hamlet in the Kurthus Western Highlands. It is there I would have you begin your search. Reclaiming Oathkeeper would do much to restore the honor of the Sultan Sworn, but we must not get ahead of ourselves. First, we must find our missing man. Alright. Thankfully, I've already been there. And I should be able to fly. Awesome. Solkazgal, never heard of him. Was he one of the new craftsmen working with 100 Eyes? Sorry, we see an awful lot of new faces around here. Most don't leave an impression, other than heretics and bandits, that is. Jossaloo. There was a pitched battle the other night, out in the waste, involved a rather large man and a party of his fellow heretics. To hear the scouts tell it, naturally we chose not to intervene. If they wish to kill each other, by all means. A Rogadan Paladin. Well, I do recall a traveler who spent several days here at least. Heard you was asking about after a Rogadan, and in a fashion that might give a man cause to worry. Aye, I know Solkazgal. I should say, older fellows spent some time chatting with the young blood. He came through, like the rest of us before him, looking for the same thing we all do. Bandits ambushed him in the night, out in the waste. Buried him with my own 2 hands the next day, out near Camp Riversmeet. Constant took it especially hard, close as he was to him. No, not Solkazgal. Owen's blessing be upon you, miss. I say that was a rather frightful experience. Were you a friend of Solkazgal's too? Ah, good. That is to say, my condolences. I knew there had to be others who would want to know. 'Twas the work of the Death's Embrace, I'd wager. Those fiends you slew just now were sent by them as well. My kinsmen think them but another band of sellswords or heretics, if only they knew that they were truly capable of. I can only hope that they will heed my warnings this time, if you would excuse me. Sniffle, this is Papashan. Have you found Solkazgal? God's almighty, slain by Death's Embrace? I heard some of those bastards were still skulking about, but I never thought they would try to... Wait, could it be that they were the ones who held Oathkeeper, and that they killed Solkazgal? I'm so saying that name wrong. When he tried to take it back? Damn it all. With still no answers, though there is still the boy. Get after him and find out what he knows. Constraint. Pleasure to see you again, miss. Was there something you wished to discuss? Oh, so you're that free paladin Solkazgul told me about. It's an honor to meet you at last, Sniffle. That is, for the second time. My name is Constraint. Truly honored, miss. Truly, truly honored. Sorry if I'm a bit out of sorts. I've been thinking about him a lot, about the day we first met, when he saved me. How his sword gleamed as he danced among the wolves. I begged him to teach me the ways of the paladin so I could save others like he had saved me. He must have turned me down a dozen times before he finally relented. Probably because he caught me asking around about Oathkeeper. But I suppose he didn't think I was strong enough to help him reclaim the sword. Why else would he sneak off to challenge Death's Embrace while I was away? I should have been there, Sniffle. I should have been there. I've decided I'm going to take it back. Oathkeeper, I mean. He said I wasn't ready to wield this soul, but what choice do I have now that he's gone? You want to find it too, don't you? Then help me, Sniffle, please. You will? Alone be praised. You won't regret this. Oh, if Solkazgul could see us now, two paladins united in purpose. Well, I suppose it's rather premature for me to claim the title, isn't it? One veteran paladin, one aspiring paladin. United in purpose, we shall recover Oathkeeper and bring Solkazgul's murderers to justice as soon as I uncover new information, that is. Get to work, boy. Ooh, so it looks like this is the end of it. Goring Blade. Should be interesting. I have tidings, Sniffle. Hidden amongst Solkazgul's belongings was a journal. The final entry of which contains what appeared to be a map of the Gorgonge holding. He marked the spot near the river. Though he did not write why, yet considering how devoted he was to recovering Oathkeeper, surely it was some relation. I say we sally forth and investigate. We may encounter wild beasts or worse, of course, but we are well equipped to face them. Well, that is to say, you are. Over this. I think there's still some places on this map I need to discover. I just am not too worried about it. Impressive, eh? Took some doing, but I managed to resize Solkazgul's Solarets. They should afford me excellent protection against her high threats. Anyway, let's see where this map leads. Somewhere over yonder, perhaps. A light catches your eye, and on a closer inspection you find a gallant coronet buried beneath the snow. Trail of frozen blood leads west. Or was it further to the... Oh, Sniffle, find anything? Slowly but surely gearing this kid up to be the next Paladin. So Casgil's cornet, then he did come here. There was a trail of blood as well, you say? Then let's follow it and see where it leads. Seems that leads towards Dust Vigil. I think it's taking us westward. Yes. Yes, it is, sir. Oh, time to save him once again. Oh, come on, die already. Seems we're on the right path. Of course, Death's Embrace. They must have made camp here until Casgil learned of it. Wait, was that movement just now to the west? We cannot let them escape. It's got good eyes. About to mount. Yep, mounting. We just move faster this way. He's got really good eyesight to see this far. Alright, well, here we go. Into the road. They don't seem to be carrying Oathkeeper. Well, if nothing else, we can at least bring them to justice for their countless other crimes and ensure that they harm no more innocents. To arms, Sniffle, for justice and for Casgil. Yep, we're gearing him up slowly but surely. I thought the cornet would help, but that speech still felt rather uninspired. is he not dying? I didn't realize there was another grimoire. About to say, I probably failed it. Yep, I failed it. Did we win? I mean, by the fury, we won. That villainous scum will prey on the weak no longer. Maybe I did win. Pity they didn't have Oathkeeper. Well, all in a day's work for a pair of paladins, eh? Back to Falcon's Nest for a well-earned rest. Alright then, I guess I did. I didn't expect that. The wheels of justice are slow to turn, as we know all too well. Even Sir Aery, who they say cares deeply for the welfare of every Ishgardian, even he is bound by bureaucracy. It all comes back to the war in the end. If it's not the heretics or dragons, well, you know how it is. In the Forelands, well, if you head that far west without enough hired help, you've no one to blame but yourself for what happens. So when my mother's caravan was raided on the road to Tailfeather, I was resigned to never knowing who to blame. Until Solkazgal told me all about Death's Embrace, and I realized they were the ones responsible for that and many other attacks. They chose their targets with care, preying on those who wouldn't be missed, save by their equally powerless friends and family. But everyone deserves a champion. Even the least among us are worth saving. It's a good way to look at things, kid. I don't know if the remaining members of Death's Embrace have Oathkeeper, but even if they don't, it's our duty as paladins to stop them. That's what Solkazgal would say were he here, right? New ability. Goring Blade. What is Goring Blade? So it's a dot, combo with the Riot Blade. It's a dot. Cannot be stacked without a Blade of Valor. So now I have a choice. So I can, Fast Blade for build up, Riot Blade for build up, and then I can choose between a dot or or just regular attack. That's interesting. So, AoE, AoE, dot dot, interrupt. Still not sure what to do with Holy Spirit. 25-yard range. It's a longer pull. But let's see. Divine Veil. 1 HP recovery via healing magic cast by self or a party member. A protective barrier is cast on all party members when the radius to 15 yalms. That's actually really cool. Curious tidings, Sniffle. Not long ago I received word from an acquaintance of mine, Grimald, who claims to have in his possession a missive written by Silkazgul and addressed to me. He insisted that I come collect it from him in person in Tailfeather, and since we haven't any leads in our search for Oathkeeper, I see no reason to deny him. Let's be off then. I think I'm catching up with where I'm at, actually in the storyline, which would be cool. Because I've finished this map and gained flying, but I have not. So I have a feeling I'll actually do this quest as I do the others. Like, that's not where I expected. You know what? Chocobo. I appreciate you coming out all this way, Constant. I know it must seem a little odd. Frankly, it's been strange from the start. Who sends a missive with provisions when we've got Moogles running about who can do it far faster? Not to mention the fact that bandits have been raiding caravans to Tailfeather for weeks. If it weren't for them moving on, this latest shipment would have likely never arrived any road. From what I can tell, it was languishing in someone's storeroom for a while. Better late than never, though, eh? It was your friend's wish that you come all this way. Read it for yourself and you'll see. I left you a gift near the 100 Throws. Take it and become the man you were destined to be. Curious fellow, this Silkazgul. Any road, if I were you, I'd head north and find whatever it is that before someone else does. My thanks, friend. I shall do just that. Let's head towards the Throws and see what we can find, Sniffle. It should be around here somewhere. Just a box sitting out in the open. Is that a soul you found? By the Fury, it is. And look, a pair of gallant cuisses. But why? Why do I feel like I'm being led by the nose? Because he's still alive and you are. Why do I feel like... This is his training to make you a paladin. First the journal, now this missive. There's so much I want to ask, so much I should have asked when he was still alive. Camp Rivers meet? What? Oh. Yeah, I'm just bouncing around everywhere. Yeah, I expect to run into a I can't get there yet part of this quest, or quest line, because I am over leveled for where I'm at. And if I was at the appropriate level, I would be I would probably be further into Heavensward getting this, so we'll see how it ends up. To be honest, I never really understood why you accepted me as your pupil. What made you change your mind? What did you see in me, and what would you have me do now that you're gone? So it's true then. Papa Shan could not conceal the truth from me forever. He told me of Solkazgul's claims in your search. I could not believe it. I would not believe it. Yet now... we get voice. Oh. Making a new Paladin Soulstone. Are we reviving him? Is that what we're doing? What sorcery is this? Yep, he's alive. Should have trained those Dragoon levels. I could have just jumped up there. He was watching you, boy. You and the soul you bear. Could he have been a minion of Death's Embrace, spying on Solkazgul's pupil? Perhaps they hoped Solkazgul's quest would end with his death, that none would attempt to reclaim Oathkeeper in his stead. They thought us broken when our brothers betrayed us, but when they robbed us of the sword and delivered it into their keeping. But we did not give in to despair, nor will we do so now. Oathkeeper will be ours again, I swear it. I must return to Ul'dah for now. The way our souls resonated was unlike anything I have ever seen before, and I would know what it portends. Pray continue to look after the boy, Sniffle. What do you want from me? Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out what to do with that. Action bar's getting crowded. Oh lord, another one? I'm beginning to think I've been going about this the wrong way, Sniffle. I've been trying to determine the whereabouts of Oathkeeper by retracing Solcazgul's steps, but honestly, how he came to pursue and die at the hands of Death's Embrace isn't nearly as important as the simple fact that he did. Death's Embrace has the sword, its only logical conclusion, so if we find them, we find Oathkeeper. And even if I'm mistaken, we'd be doing the world a favor by bringing them to justice. I wouldn't presume to speak for Solcazgul, but I'd like to think that he'd agree, don't you? Yes, well, I suppose if we're going to find them, we had best start asking around. Though there is one thing which still troubles me. I think I need to speak with 100 Eyes. A moment of your time, if it please. For you, Constant? Sure. It's about Solcazgul. You never told me, but how exactly did he die? You want me to paint you a bloody picture? He was murdered. I found him, and I buried him. That's all you need to know. It's just that the other day I could have sworn that forgive me. I don't know what I was thinking. Don't let me keep you from your labors. Yeah, he's still alive. This is a test. Let us resume our hunt for Death's Embrace. Death's Embrace? Those bandits who used to raid caravans bound for Tailfeather? No one's seen neither hide nor hair of them recently. Why do you ask? Uldens, eh? Maybe they ran back to warmer climes. Never understood Southrons myself. Queer folk prone to inexplicable and irrational behavior, like those buffoons who attempted to seize the protector of all things. Apparently they snuck aboard some of the airships ferrying supplies to Camp Cloudtop. Of course, the Knights drove them off. Last I heard, they had fled into the wilds, screaming Thal's balls this and Swivin Whoresons that. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Sniffle? Admittedly, we've no reason to believe that these men are the ones we seek, but we've been blessed with serendipity before. There's no harm in investigating at least. Cloudtop it is. Can't fly here. The Uldens who tried to seize Protector, I remember them. Baffling, really. Signed their own death warrants with their ill-conceived attack. You can be sure that House Helenard won't allow them to leave these isles alive. Death's Embrace, eh? I suppose it's possible they're the bandits you seek. You're welcome to help us hunt them down if you'd like. The boy too? Yes, he can join my unit. Given your reputation, I think you better suited to the van. I won't let you down. We gather at Rose House. Come, let us delay no further. I'll see you there. So I am already up to 2 new abilities, working on the 3rd. It's going to be quite a bit to work into the rotation to see how it works. Bittersweet appearance. Problem, however, is that taking a proper sample requires a certain finesse that is both beyond the capabilities of men and myself. Because they are so fragile, you may not obtain a proper sample from the first you fail. But I have no doubt a woman of your talents can procure a wing of immaculate quality. I realize this is a rather personal request, but it would be forever in your debt. Yeah. It's called Aether. Glad to have you with us, Mistress Talus. Would that we could speak at length, but Uldens are aware of our plans and have already fled to the east. Remember that these are desperate, dangerous men. Advance with caution and wait for reinforcements if necessary. With me! Alright. See if I can get a wing. Probably not. I probably gotta kill 2 more. Aery, just like expected. Just working on this because it's here and Aether Currents, so I can fly. It is definitely something I've learned with Heavensward is do the blue quest as you go. How fares your search? I realize obtaining an undamaged wing is no easy feat. Sure it is. My, what an extraordinary find. I'm pleased to see your persistence has paid off. With this, we can resume our work on Cloud. Ah, how forgetful of me not to mention this sooner. This sample is meant for Atalun, the renowned naturalist. She's hard at work on a new article for New Eorzean Geographic and requested a sample to be delivered with utmost haste. You can be sure that she will hear it was incomparable as me, because I'm awesome. Yay! Oh, nice. Much better. So I've still got a lot to do up in Moogle land. I have a feeling I'll be coming back here. Then I have these two places. I'm a high enough level that I'm probably be able to finish this up no matter what anyway. This is all to the west like I've been previously when I came here. Oh, Lord. Alright, who have I got to kill? Oh, that apparently wasn't all of them. Well fought, Mistress Talus. Their leader was surely the toughest of the lot. Lady Lanete will be pleased to learn of our success. I shall inform her at once. What have we got here? Oh, you've got some more gear. Gallant gauntlets. Why would a member of Death's Embrace be carrying these? There's no way he could possibly have planned this. It's too elaborate, nay, impossible. But what other explanation could there be? Gearing you up, kiddo. We should return to Falcon's Nest. Wait, Falcon's Nest. Wrong one. There we go. Before we cornered the leader, we came across their camp. It was plain to see that they had fallen on hard times, hence why they resorted to common banditry to survive. But isn't it strange when you think about it? I mean, if they had Oathkeeper, why not simply sell it? Surely someone would have been willing to pay for it. I'm beginning to wonder if Solkazgal succeeded in reclaiming the sword, or if Death's Embrace ever had it at all. And by the Fury, what to make of these pieces of armor? You're just missing the legs and chest, dude. Just as I suspected, it fits perfectly. Whatever remnants of Death's Embrace there may be will stay in hiding for some time, I should think. But should they dare to reveal themselves, we will finish what we started, as Solkazgal intended. And clemency. So I now have a self-heal. That is awesome. This is going to have to move up. Because I'm not watching it that closely. And I need to start. Okay, cool. So these guys work together. About that. Yeah, that's not bad. But I'm gonna be OCD. Snap to grid. There we go, much better. Alright, onward. Oh, good lord. Combo with the Riot Blade. Constant looks like he's terrible news. Stifle 100 Eyes has been gravely wounded. There were wolves, and he fought them off as best he could, but by the time the sentries came to his aid, I went to see him earlier, but he turned me away and bid me to fetch you. For the life of me, I cannot imagine why. I will do what I can to ease his suffering. Wolves, swiving wolves. Reckon I've earned it. So, time to settle one last account. Go to Solkosgol's grave, dig it up, take what you find, and give it to the boy. Won't make up for what I did to my sworn brothers, but perhaps it'll go a ways towards redressing the balance. Of course, what we've done to the boy ain't hardly defensible, no matter what he says. That fate's still going. Several forms beneath the cold, hard earth, you find not a coffin, but a small chest containing a gallant surcoat. What have you done? But how can this be? Why would the 100 Eyes lie to us? That bastard, I will have answers from him, from them both. Come, we're going back to Falcon's Nest. Duh. It's to make sure that's what he wanted to do. You know what? It's just faster. We're too late. Chinlins and I had grown worried that it has come to this. I'm sorry, there was nothing more to be done. Gods damn it all. We must have words, Constant. I go to Lancegate. Look for me there. What was it all for? North edge of the map. Let's go. That's awesome. Now that I can actually... fly. That is awesome. Good lord. Now I can't see anything. My comrade wishes to explain himself. Saw that coming. Why the lies, Solkazgal? Was this all just some game to you? I had my reasons, as you will soon learn. That's a rather odd way of apologizing, Solkazgal. I suggest you try again. I am sorry for deceiving you, Constant. Faking your death, constructing an elaborate scenario for me to find your armor. To be honest, I'm as astonished as I am offended. How could you have possibly orchestrated everything so perfectly? Doesn't matter how I did it, what matters is why I did it. Oathkeeper is but a sword, Constant. True oaths are not forged in steel, they are sworn in the heart. To merely reclaim the sword will not suffice. It must be won by a worthy paladin. Only then will it and our order be restored to its former glory. I don't understand. Why not simply teach me the ways as you said you would? A sultan may move a man, a master may instruct his pupil, but only when that pupil moves himself can he become a paladin. That said, I did not account for Sniffle's intervention. Master Papajan, as we discussed, very well. Because we're awesome. Ooh. Red glow. That's cool. He knows what's going on. The souls we paladins wield are embodiments of our will. In keeping with our oaths, they grow stronger and more dominant. In the presence of a particularly pure soul, others may be compelled to yield. But when two souls cannot reconcile, when one cannot establish dominance, it can spell disaster. That seems awfully inconvenient. Oh, you have no idea. As the discordance between two souls grows, the aether builds and the souls grow unstable. Aye, their souls looked as though they were fit to burst with aether. Wait, you don't mean to say that their souls will be destroyed, do you? By the Fury, how do we stop it? You fight. Your souls demand it. You two cannot coexist as you are. One must rise above. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. We are paladins, defenders of the weak and needy. What madness is this that we must face each other in battle? But if there's truly no other way, I will not renounce my oaths. I will become the paladin I was destined to be, and if that means that we must fight, then so be it. Gonna take you down. This little sword of mine. I'm gonna beat you down. Ooh, he even has he's a cool sword now. Come, sister. I win. Am I truly so weak? No, you're not weak. No, Constant. Nothing could be further from the truth. You fought with honor and purpose. Do not be ashamed. Solcaskal. Impressive. Truly impressive. Intrigue and deception that would put Lord Lolorito to shame. Tell them the truth, Solcaskal. The whole truth. Figured it out, have you? Do you still have the soul I left for you at the 100 throws? What? Oh yes, here. This soul once belonged to the first captain of the Sultan Sworn, the first paladin who wielded Oathkeeper. Once it shone with a resplendent light, as did Oathkeeper, but now both have lost their luster. I have the sword, and everything I have done, that I have made you all do, has been for the sole purpose of making it shine once more. Of course, it's so simple. Wait, no, it's not. It's needlessly complicated. What of your soul? The one you gave Sniffle when you first met. I yet have it, Solcaskal. Take it, and restore Oathkeeper's light with you, with your own. Once a man has left the Sultan Sword, he cannot return. My soul will no longer suffice. All I can do is show another the way, and ask that she do the same for her brothers and sisters. But she does not yet stand above all others. Not until she has bested me. Draw your sword, Sniffle. The time has come. Kinda saw this coming. Take him down. Got him. Do I get the sword? Come on, give me the sword. At long last, a paladin who can make it shine again. Behold, Oathkeeper, bestowed upon the first captain of the Sultansworn, stolen under my watch by the minions of the monetarist. For years I sought to reclaim it, to redeem myself for my failure. Paladin swears allegiance to the Sultanate. A paladin shall be the sword and shield of the Sultanate. A paladin defends the people of the realm. 30 years I aspired to those ideals. 30 years I tried to live up to the example set forth by our founder, so revered that his very soul crystal would be set in Oathkeeper's pommel. For those legendary captains of Eld, the sword would shimmer with such brilliance that night would not be as day. Yet for 30 years I wore it. It shined for me but once. That was before it was taken from me, before I forswore my oath so I could claim it. Sniffle, through all your trials and tribulations, you have remained true to yourself and to Eorzea. You continue to be an inspiration to us all. Come, take up Oathkeeper, raise it aloft, and let it shine forth as a beacon unto all. Woot. That's a massive sword in her hand. Absolutely massive. Nice. Sweet. Oh, I don't get it. You were always my first choice, Snivel. Constant was incentive, motivation, though in the end, he proved himself to be so much more. You're a right bastard, you know that. Do all this just to make a bloody sword shine. Praise Halon that I found a proper mentor in Sniffle. Well, I may not be the chosen one, but I'm still a free paladin. That is the path I have chosen for myself, and on it I will stay. Well said. It would not do for you to be so easily discouraged. Genlins, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Do I get the sword? You've done it again, Sniffle. Oathkeeper may not shine for me as it did for you, but perhaps in time it will. But even should it not, I will not lose heart, for a paladin's virtue is not in the radiance of his blade, but in the righteousness of his actions. But what we decide to do every day, we will be good men or not. So Kazgal, Oathkeeper is returned to the Sultansword. Will you not return to us as well? No. He's going to stay where he's at. As a friend and ally perhaps, but not as a brother. Some bonds once broken cannot be mended. Truth. I thank you, Sniffle, for all you have done. Heh. How strange that we must turn to a free paladin rather than one of our own to show us the way. Yet I suppose it is not the first time, is it? So that's it then? You're leaving? Ulda beckons, and besides, I've nothing left to teach you. Then I wish you well on your journey and pray that you find happiness there. I'm coming back, you know. There's an awful lot of work to be done in Falcon's Nest, and I did make a promise to Hundred Eyes. Oh, then I shall see you when you return. We should head back too, Sniffle. not walking it. Still not quite sure what it was all for, but it seems to have ended well enough. I suppose you ought to get back to your grand adventures and meet my Paladin Inc., or whatever it is you call it. Right then, it's been a pleasure, Sniffle. Oh, but I warn you, the next time we cross blades, I mean to win. Fare thee well. Cutscene. This concludes the Paladin quest for Heavensward. In order to undertake the next series of quests, you must first meet the following requirements. I have to have Stormblood. You have to... Gotta complete a MSQ. And then I can start again at Genlands. Awesome. I'm glad I got them all done. And now I have the rest of Heavensward to get used to these new abilities. And also... high level 210. Wow. I am currently at eye level 125. Equip. Probably won't be replacing those for a while. Yep, keeping those on. Invisible. I wish we actually got Oathkeeper. But that looks awesome. Alright. Back to the MSQ. That was a worthy distraction. Have you said your goodbyes and dabbed away your tears, Cupo? Then we are indeed ready to go. Suddenly I don't need this gear anymore. Moghan has volunteered to lead you to Zenith. As chieftain, Moglin already explained the shiny instrument we gave you is the best means of grabbing Hrace Valgar's attention. I'll come along and show you the way to Zenith. That's the big palace where you need to blow the horn. First things first, though, we need to make for Asal. Oh, and watch out for rampaging dragons. Maybe that should have been the first thing. No, you think? That's Mogsy. You're thinking of heading towards the Saw, aren't you? Best watch yourself if you are. Archosaurs stalk the road looking for an easy meal. If only someone would drive them away. Cupo. Oh, you seem to be the type for dragon hunting. Why don't you slay 3 of the Archosaurs and open the road back up to Moogle traffic? Once the deed is done, let Mogmont and Asal know. Do I have any? No. It's the first one. You know what? Instead of running over there, I'll level sync and do this. Alright. Oh, Margaret is, in a saw. Alright. Where are the Archosaurs? Oh, there they are. Alright. Which direction am I going? Oh, there's another one. There we go. There's that. And now we head that way. Let's also see what the wife said, maybe. Sorry, work-related stuff. Alright. Oh, being a responsible gamer sucks sometimes. Once I get to a stopping point, I'm gonna have to actually address that before I forget. All this is, I feel like all I do is just avoid things. It's like, run and attack, run and attack, go, 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 run and attack. So we're almost there though. So I saw there is not an Aether Crystal, which that's okay, but in Zenith there is. And it looks like I can do that right there. Now I can probably run back and forth between the two of them. Is that from someone? Is that someone from below? How did you get past the Archosaurs, infesting the road? What? Mogsy asked you to slay them for him. It's just like him to depend on the kindness of strangers. We've barely been able to venture outside of Assa for fear of being attacked. Now thanks to you, the roads are just a little safer, Cupo. Should really look to see if there's another Aether nearby. Hey look, there's an Aether current right there. Things were a bit bitey for a while there, but I think we've arrived in one piece, Cupo. I wonder what has the dragon so awfully snappy. I mean, the bad ones are always bad, but they seem worse than usual. How about we say ninja? We may have a small problem, Cupo. When the winds are high like this, Hraesvelgard invariably abandons his lofty perch and heads to the lands below to hunt. If you tried blowing the horn now, I doubt he'd hear it. I suggest we stop at the clearing up ahead and rest until the wind dies down. So let's mend ourselves. Since we're here. So, since we can't teleport, alright, let's go to Mogholm. This will give me a chance. Oh, no. Yeah. And this will give me a chance to start looking up stuff for work. Someone's asking me to do something for them this coming Sunday at work. And I don't really want to, but sometimes having someone owing you something is important. Oh. We'll see. I don't know that there's anyone else. Many thanks, brave adventurer. Finally, I can enjoy a bath without the smell of raw dragon fish assaulting my senses. Say, a dip in the waters might serve to freshen you up as well, Cupo. Thank you for the aether current. That's all I worry about. Little things like that, being able to turn that in pretty quick is why, even though you don't always need these, it's just nice to be able to AFK for a second to look stuff up. And I can, now that I have that information, I can look at it later. Awesome. Onward to somewhere. Let's close the map. There are lots of Moogles up here. I don't want to miss. Let me double check. Okay, there's nothing there. I don't want to miss any of the Aether quests, because there's always like 6 of those and the 4 discoverable Aether currents. So if I can help it, by the time I finish the zone, I want to have all of the Aether currents done, so that way when I come back, because inevitably in the storyline I'll probably have to, I can just fly. The next one's probably going to be at Zenith. Pretty close to it. Oops. Oh, Malgon, what have you gotten us into? This should do nicely, Cupo. The winds will have died down by tomorrow, but until then we might as well make ourselves comfortable. If we must interrupt our journey so close to its end, I suppose this place is as good as any. And mayhap a brief respite from the hardships of the road will help to clear our minds in readiness for the coming parley. Very well then, I believe a campfire is in order. Leave the gathering of fuel to me. I acquired a keen nose for firewood during my time in the frozen wastes of Carthus. Clear our minds. 'Tis Master Alphino whose mind needs clearing. The thought of meeting a great worm in the flesh has befuddled the boy. Did you see him stroll away as if these ruins were not crawling with deadly beasts? Follow him, Sniffle, and see if the wildlife does not make a meal of our young friend. We will have the camp ready by the time you return. Oops. Oh, it's happening to land on the tree. Alright, Alphino. And probably Dragon as well. What was the purpose of going and killing those? Oops, missed. I see I was right to worry about the boys' safety. Once Alphino returns to the wood, we can see about supper. The Ice Queen has filled a pot with what look like stew ingredients ready for the fire. Oh, Sleepy Moogle. Ah, a few things compared to the simple pleasure of sitting beside a crackling campfire of one's own making. Ha, so speaks the great explorer. Until recently, you wouldn't have recognized firewood if it came with kindling and a flint. 'Tis well you instructed me so patiently then. But yes, left to my own devices, I would have been compelled to signal to the assail with a pile of damp leaves. He's figuring out that he's worthless. I was born the pampered son of a Charlian dignitary, and alongside my twin, became the youngest student ever to be accepted into the studio. How proud I was to watch wits to match wits with scholars and philosophers, how ignorant of mine own shortcomings. That hubris invited manipulation and betrayal and led to the downfall of the Scions. We, all of us, are guilty of similar ignorance. How many men lay down their lives, never knowing what it is that they fight for, never questioning that which they have been taught to believe. 'Twas only upon meeting Hraesvalgar that I learned the truth hidden within our history. Were it not for that chance encounter, I would never have vowed to tear down the Holy See and expunge the falsehoods with which it fans the flames of conflict. I would have lived and died in ignorance. That the truth has driven me to do terrible things I cannot deny, but I would rather sin in the pursuit of peace than imagine myself virtuous for perpetuating a needless war. If this journey has taught me anything, it is the importance and difficulty of holding to one's convictions in the face of failure, of striving always to replace one's ignorance with knowledge. You are well on your way, Master Alphino. At your age, I was but a fool swinging a spear and scarcely a thought in my head. Even now I struggle to acknowledge the misconceptions under which I have labored. Sitting here amongst these grand ruins, how can I deny that man and dragon once lived in peace? But for all that such an age existed, we are now in a time of war. Nidhogg killed my family, and no quirk of history will exonerate him. I may be ignorant of how the Dragon Song War began, but if we do not put an end to this conflict now, I can say for a certainty that it will only breed more vengeful souls such as mine. In his hands resides the power to vanquish a great worm. If Ishgard's survival rests on me wielding that power, I will slay Nidhogg myself, orders or no. Stinian, you gave your word. My word is contingent upon the success of our parley. Show me the strength of your convictions, Lady Iceheart. Convince Hraesvalgar of the righteousness of your cause. Doubt not that I shall, Dragoon. Well, when's willing, we shall have our answers on the morrow. Let us sleep now and face our fate with the rising of the sun. And daytime. Mountain speed in the churning mist is increased. Hooray! The campfire was so cozy, I must have fallen asleep, Cupo. But do you feel how the winds have shifted? They will have borne Hraesvalgar back to the skies above Zenith, I'm sure of it. This is your chance to climb to the highest floor of the palace and summon him with a toot on that shiny horn. So, I'll be heading back now, if it's all the same to you. Good luck, Cupo. It was nice knowing you. Y'all gonna die. Yay, faster mount speed. Boom. Ancient Aery? Oh, too far away. That thing looks awesome. Looks like it's floating even though it's broken. That's pretty cool. It'd be cool to see this, like, restored at some point. Like, if they could implement phasing like WoW does, so that, you know, as time progresses in the game and things are resolved, that this gets repaired. Like, or if they do like another version of the game similar to how Cataclysm happened with WoW, that would be really cool. But yeah. Looks like it's up there. Alright. I realize I compared it to WoW and whatnot, but it's what I know. I grew up on WoW, basically. And I quit playing for a long time because I have young children and I needed to get them all in school, and I had to, you know, start a career, meet my wife, you know, become an adult, which sucks, by the way. Becoming an adult absolutely sucks. But now I can play again, but I just have to play at the appropriate times. Toot the little horn. Mortals, why do you disturb my solitude? He is a cool-looking dragon.
Grace Velga.
Thou speakest the name of a creature that but awaiteth the release of oblivion. Leave me.
By the 12. Mine ears hear the tongue of dragons, yet the meaning rings clear within my mind. How can that be?
Racevelga, do you not remember me? 'Twas I whom you found in Dravania. I who glimpsed the truth. The truth about your past. About Shiva.
Do not speak her name, mortal.
But speak it I must. I have summoned Shiva's soul from the beyond and offered myself as her vessel. She has made her heart known to me.
Foolish girl, thinkest thou my beloved spirit hath descended from the heavens? That the secrets of her heart are thine to know?
I have surrendered mine to her. Do you not see, my love? I am Shiva reborn.
Gullible fool, the light that illuminated the past for thee, it did not grant thee omniscience. The spirit thou hast summoned belongeth not to Shiva, 'tis but a shade conjured by thine own fancy. In an age long past, mine own kin were guilty of like folly. Beguiled by the Dark One's lies, they attempted to resurrect a king amongst worms. Yet the divinity they called forth merely borrowed the semblance of my fallen brood brother. Such gods are not summoned, but created, phantoms spun from the threads of misplaced faith.
Then the spirit that answered me
Was but thy dream of Shiva. Thy soul hath been corrupted by a deity of thine own making, child.
Be that as it may, Lord Hraesvelgr, Izel's desire to heal the rift between man and dragon is real, and it has borne us this far. We would spare both our kind and yours the ravages of this senseless war. Pray join your voice to ours in a call for peace and forgiveness.
The tale of thy kind is one of avarice, treachery, and death, and thou wouldst speak to me of peace. He's missing an eye. Hark thee, mortal, to the naked truth. Then tell me thou deservest forgiveness. 1,200 years ago, my beloved Shiva's sacrifice served to bring an end to the war twixt man and dragon, paving the way for an age of peace and cooperation. 2 centuries of harmony were to follow, during which the Elezen learned much about us, not least that the eyes of a great worm are the wellspring of his strength. Was out of selfish desire to possess this strength that King Thordan then conspired to undo all that our peoples had achieved together. With the aid of his leal knights, that most noble of Elezen lured my brood sister Ratatoskr into an ambush and took from her that which he craved. Fain would I strike the image from my mind, yet still the scene doth linger of my brood sister's tattered corpse, defiled by her Elezen allies. They had torn out her eyes and feasted upon them in the manner of wild beasts. Yet that was not all, for from their blood banquet the fiends had gained strength beyond that of mortal men. Even now I labor to comprehend the enormity of their betrayal. Nidhogg was the first to learn of the atrocity, and he took to the skies, hungry for vengeance. But though he slew Thordan and some few of his knights, their fellow butchers knew only too well where to aim their spears, and with now practiced savagery, they set about my brood brother, sending him flailing from the field. Such is the truth that the Holy See would keep hidden. Such was the beginning of the Dragon Song War. 'Tis a song my kind shall never forget, even should 10,000 years pass and Ishgard crumble to dust.
Your tale bears scant resemblance to the one I was taught. How convenient that it should absolve your kind of all responsibility. But tell me, dragon, why should I believe your version of events?
What thou choosest to believe is immaterial. The betrayal that yet haunts mine every waking moment is no less than the truth to my kind. And Nidhogg meaneth for Thornton's people to suffer for this sin till the end of the days. That which thou imaginest a war of extinction is but a punishment, a siege of the spirit. Hast thou not seen those who tire of the torment, those who abandon their own and side with dragonkind?
Ishgard's so-called heretics.
Ishgard's so-called heretics, exactly. Know that all the traitor's progeny bear a trace of Ratatosker's essence, but a single sip of our blood is enough to awaken it.
Then, the seed lies within us.
'Tis for this reason that those who abandon their loyalties are rewarded with a drink, and thus are they transformed to join the ranks of Nidhogg's ever-growing army as newborn dragons. One by one, through death or defection, my brood brother shall account for all of the betrayer's children.
Ye gods, I have borne witness to such a transformation. Looked on as a heretic assumed the shape of a dragon. I imagined it some manner of Dravanian enchantment. But if any Ishgardian, regardless of allegiance, has such potential within them, 12 forgive us. To think of all the dragons we've slain!
There will always be some, of course, who choose to fight until the bitter end, like thee, Dragoon. But struggle as thou might, thou youthful vigor will be spent ere thou reachest 210. And Nidhogg shall remain to torment thine offspring.
Oft have I wondered why Nidhogg did not simply raze Ishgard to the ground. Now I have my answer. He has no intention of winning the Dragonsong War, for it is no war at all, but vengeance, an eternal requiem sung for his murdered sister.
Thou hast the right of it, Dragon Slayer. Comprehendest thou now the futility of thy quest?
I have not come this far only to admit defeat. We can still return the eye to Nidhogg and beg forgiveness for our ancestors' crimes. Mayhap our words will sway him.
Stubborn child, thou thinkest in mortal terms. Our perception of time is too broad for thee to grasp. 'Tis a simple matter for thee to offer thine apologies. Thou didst not perpetrate the crime. Despite thy visions, the deeds of history seem distant to thee. For a worm such as Nidhogg, however, that history is yet part of his present, as fresh as the blood that did gush from Ratatosker's wounds. How could he not be driven mad? 'Tis only by the calming embrace of Shiva's soul that mine own fury hath not consumed me. But let us speak no more of what is done. My faith in your kind is spent, and I would be alone. Svelgar was every bit as awe-inspiring as I imagined. His voice fairly dripped with power, the will behind his words so undeniable that it transcended my ignorance of the dragon's tongue. 'Tis but a pity that I misliked what he said. So far did we travel, even unto the very heavens themselves, only to be dismissed like unruly children, and far from mitigating this, humiliation. The hidden truths we have learned serve only to prove that our grand mission of peace was destined to fail from the first. Nothing will deter Nidhogg from his course. And
Well, what do you propose we do now? I, for one, am intent on continuing to the east.
What is there to be found in the east?
Nidhogg's lair, the Aery, is said to lie in that direction. And the eye tells me he is near.
You cannot still mean to slay him.
You cannot still mean to stop me. I have been true to my word, and aided you in this fool's errand with Hraesvelgr. But your efforts at parley have come to naught, Lady Iceheart. I would see Ishgard saved, and for that, Nidhogg must die.
With the tale of our ancestors' vile betrayal yet ringing in your ears, you speak of continuing this war?
Nay, lady. I would but pierce its vengeful heart. When Nidhogg dies, this war shall die with him.
A moment, Estinian. You yourself spoke of the Great Worm's strength, that you believed him powerful enough to raise your city to the ground. How then are we few to challenge him? Even behind the stout walls of Ishgard, with an army of knights manning the defenses, our victory would be hard won. Yet you propose to contend with the beast in his own lair.
Yep.
In close combat, this will afford us an advantage. And if the tales are true, the Warrior of Light has bested many an invincible foe. But such speculation is meaningless if we cannot even find the worm. Our first task must be to seek out Nidhogg's lair.
The story of this nation grows bloodier by the moment. Must death always be answered with more of the same?
Such is the way of things, I fear. I shall consider it a miracle if mine armor is not stained crimson ere this conflict is ended.
That I should be blinded by my own lies. Everything I believed, everything I thought I was, gone. All gone.
Leave her. Your words will not reach her now. And we have not the time to wait for her to gather up the pieces of her shattered faith.
Oh, poor Ysayle. What false god is this, Shiva? What manner of phantom have I welcomed into my heart? Back down the ramp we go. It still looks so awesome. For PS3 level graphics, it's still really nice. It's just a different art style than WoW. Don't need to go here, but I wanted to anyway, just to look. Oh, that would have been a cool fountain. Oh, would not make that jump. Yeah, it looks like I have more dragons to kill. Back to the camp. I don't know, I'm just following an arrow on the minimap. I have no idea where I'm going. Where am I going? Okay. Can't go that way. Sure, if I'd taken the road, this would have been faster. Sometimes it's nice going off the beaten path. Surprise attack from behind. Just follow the road. Let's see where it goes. Am I going back to, well, the thing about this is, now we're going this direction. We're not going back to Moghelm. Timing is a little off because previously the what was replaced by Royal Authority, it used to take so long to cast that you could just click it, and then when it was actually doing the damage, you could then press Fast Blade. But now it's so short. Go in here. There seems... Nope, can't go in there. Let's go up top. Whatever can be taking her so long, Cupo. My replacement should have been here already, but I don't see her anywhere. I'm so hungry. I wager she went home to account for those troublesome Tulahans that are flapping about. If you slay 4 of them, that should secure safe passage, giving my replacement no excuse. Please, my stomach begs you, Cupo. Give me my Aether Current. Thank you. Now that the tool hands are out of the way, it's only a matter of time before my replacement gets here. I'm about to pass out from hunger, so I think I'll go ahead. What could go wrong, Cupo? We're here, so a lot. Down to 1 and 2 quests. Whoa. That's cool. That looks like it's a mid-explosion.
Is that it?
Aye, that would be the Aery. I feel Nidhogg's presence through the eye, his caustic hatred gnawing at my soul. 'Twould seem the death of his consort has put him on guard. Mark how he wards his lair with tempestuous winds.
A similar barrier once barred our entrance to the primal Garuda's domain, until we discovered the means by which it could be penetrated. Mayhap it is time we called upon Master Garland. It will be just like the good old days, no?
Hey Sid, need a dive bomb. I can't accept the next class and job quest because I have completed it for this expansion. Estinian would have you enlist the aid of Sid Garland. A force of sufficient power to break through a primal defenses might conceivably grant us access to the Aery, and I can offer no better solution. Pray consult this engineer friend of yours. Very well, on the condition that you swear not to lure Nidhogg from his lair in our absence. And steal all the glory for myself, you mean? Nay, I am not so selfish as that. Contact me by Link Pearl when your preparations are complete, and we shall set forth from Ishgard together. I suggest we rendezvous back at St. Rene's Forum, Sniffle. From what I gleaned from the whole of the Holy Sea's decidedly ambitious airship project, Sid will still be in Ishgard. But quickly, do we have a southwest? Huh. So we still have 2 quests. I have a feeling one will be the final quest, but it looks like hide your Moogles. This one I missed. It didn't exist at the time, so let's go do this. No, he wasn't there before. Hide and seek seemed like a fun game at first, but I had no idea everyone would be so good at it. Now I just want to go home. Could you find the other 3 Moogles and tell them it's time to leave? As a matter of fact, we can. Emasculated Moogle. I fell asleep in my hiding place. I think I'll return to my comfy bed. That's it. No. But it seems like I've got to go the long way around to get there. Good grief. You actually found me? Aw. Well, I suppose it's time to go home. Unbelievable, you've already found all the Moogles. We can finally go home. I've never seen such skillful seeking in my life, Cupo. Sorry to make you find everyone. We usually don't hide this well. You'll be the first one we invite to our next game. Strength, crit, direct hit. Strength, crit, direct hit. There's literally no difference between the two. Then you hit Dex, Vitality, Mind, Vitality, Intelligence. We're just going to go with that one. Alright. Double check the map. No other quests to be had that are blue. Might end up with one somewhere up in there, but more than likely gonna get it from a quest to actually finish it. So travel, Aether Currents. Yep, one left. Alright. Alright. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Ah. Left west. Alpha, no. When last you saw Master Garland, he was advising the Ishgardians on their ailing airship, correct? In that case, he might still be at Camp Cloudtop. Failing that, we could try the airship landing, or mayhap even the Skysteel manufactory. But let us not waste time searching aimlessly. Someone in the city is sure to know where to find him, but the question is, who? Sir Aery would seem the obvious choice, but there is no guaranteeing he will be able to grant us an audience on such short notice. Ah, I have it. Count Edmont's youngest son prides himself on knowing all of the Holy Sea's juiciest rumors. Let us return to the manor and see if Lord Emanellan is about. Oh look, it brought me right to an Aethernet shard. The last vigil. Welcome, Mistress Talus. Shall I show you inside the manor? Yes. Ah, the hero returns. How goes the fight, old girl? Well, I trust. In search of Sid Garland, you say? Then say no more. The taverns are full of talk, and the name of said silver-haired genius has cropped up more often than most. I hear that he has been tasked with getting that monstrous airship at the Holy See Commission to actually fly. 'Twould seem the project has been plagued with mishaps from the first. In any case, Garland Ironworks employees are known to frequent the airship landing, and I'll wager their master does too. The airship landing. Yes, I thought as much. Come, Sniffle, we must find Sid and trouble him for his expert opinion. A dark spectacle would be Dark Knight. What's your sign? I have no idea. I'm sure those are class quests. So we want... airship landing. There we go. Sid. Help, Sid, help. Sniffle, Alphino, how fare you both? Not terribly well, judging by your faces. Greetings, Master Garland. I am sure it will come as little surprise when I tell you we have a need of a favor. Another wind barrier? And you say it was conjured by Nidhogg? The Enterprise could certainly take you where you need to go, but she would not fare well against dragons. She's agile for a ship her size, but not that agile. The Dravanians would fly rings around her, and if they took it into their heads to incinerate the rigging, there would be precious little we could do to avoid them. But there must be something we can do, some manner of weapon we could employ. Stinian stands vigil at the edge of the churning mist, but we do not know how much longer. Alright. I didn't say it was impossible, I said it was impossible for the Enterprise. We need a smaller boat. Biggs, Wedges, time we gave the new toy of yours a proper field test. It's probably best if I let the lad show you. Come on, the manufactory's not far. What you got, Biggs? Our little project's just inside. Oh, you're gonna like this one.
Feast your eyes upon our latest and greatest feat of engineering. We call it a mana cutter.
Ooh.
After you put down Gaius, Wedge and me struck out on our own for a bit, and started work on the successor to the Tiny Bronco.
Tiny Bronco, Final Fantasy
Impressive little
VII.
thing, isn't she? My talent for ship design has plainly rubbed off on them. They've adapted the principles of corrupted crystal technology and constructed a mechanism which converts ether from its surroundings into elemental wind. Said wind is then harnessed by the specially engineered sails, providing the craft with propulsion and lift. All in all, a most elegant solution. I'm actually a little upset that I didn't think of it myself.
The design does, however, come with one small flaw.
The energy conversion ratio is bloody awful. To generate enough power to get you off the ground, you need to be in an area awash with predominantly wind-aspected ether.
In other words, there are a few places you can fly, lots of places you can't.
The new Ishgardian airship hasn't left the boys much time for tinkering, meaning it may be a while before this particular project takes off. If you'll forgive the pun.
Tataru, what's happened?
Time to go to
I've been
Uldar.
looking all over for you. There's been word from Uldar. It's about Her Grace, the Sultana.
It seems you're required elsewhere. Leave the mana cutter with us. We'll see that she's airworthy and suitably equipped to slice through those winds.
Good timing on the story. I like it, I like it.
You, meanwhile, should concentrate on providing Raoban and the Sultana whatever help they need.
General Raubon says they may have uncovered the Sultana's whereabouts, and he wants you, by which I mean both of you, to go to the Waking Sands right away and help with the investigation. Come, Sniffle. Pressing through Ishgard's plight may be, our presence here will not serve to hasten the Mana Cutter's completion. Let us return to the troubled lands of Thanalan and lend what aid we may. Tataru, have our friends at the congregation send a message to Estinian. Tell him we have identified a solution to our problem, but it will take some time to prepare. As you wish, Master Alphino. To the Waking Sands, Warrior of Light, 'tis past time Ul'dah was delivered from this darkness. What do you know? Still have a few letters left. Kind of thought I'd end up coming back here at some point, which means I can work on or I can accept all of the hard mode primal quests. You look much better, Raubon.
Thank you for coming.
No thanks are necessary, General. I trust your recuperation continues apace.
I cannot complain. Thanks to Higiri and her ministrations, I've regained much of the strength I lost during my imprisonment.
I gather you have made progress in the search for Her Grace.
Aye, some good fortune at last. A few days past, Dulala informed us that a sizable shipment of alchemical supplies had been delivered to the palace.
With Papa Shan's assistance, I set out to ascertain the source and nature of the shipment. My inquiries led me to Frondale's frontistery. There, I learned that an order had been placed for a curious substance designed to sustain patients trapped in death-like slumber. An invention of the former head alchemist, apparently.
A death-like slumber? This cannot be a coincidence.
It lends some weight to Dulala's claims, aye. Her Grace is likely somewhere within the palace, abed but alive.
Before making any attempt to extricate the Sultana, however, it seemed prudent to learn what manner of substance was used to induce her torpor. To that end, I made inquiries as to the whereabouts of the one most like to have administered it. The lady-in-waiting, Meriel. We sent for you as soon as we learned of her location. All that remains is to apprehend the woman.
We shall find our cat's paw in the Silver Bazaar. But we must tread carefully. The market is not the bustling place it once was, and someone is sure to mark our coming. Should they inform the monetarists, we'll have a fight on our hands. We must be prepared for the worst, and being short an arm, I thought it wise to take another in its stead. What say you, Warrior of Light? Will you lend me yours?
Of course, nod.
Then I pity the bastard that stands in our way. Come, my friends, for Nanamo, and for Ul'dah!
Our target is Meriel, the Sultana's former lady-in-waiting. A woman of Midlander heritage, I am told the two of you have met. Our sources indicate that she left the palace shortly after the incident, and we quietly rejoined the dwindling population of the Silver Bazaar. I suggest we begin by questioning the market's residents and confirm that Meriel is still in hiding there. We will head that direction shortly. But first, I need to talk to Aery to at least Friend of the Dawn, hear my plea. Tidings most ominous arrive from Gridania. A primal walketh the shroud. Those who have borne the eldritch spirit witness and return to tell me the tale. Avow that ne'er before have we seen its like. The god's quiver doth investigate as we speak, and meseems Bowlord Lewin would welcome a capable adventurer's helping hand. Pray hie thee to the seat of the first bow and shine their light upon the matter. When the Ceneri moon did wane, there sounded a blood-curdling roar. A new primal had roused. The portents gave us to believe one whose identity yet lieth beyond our ken. By thy hand 3 primals have since been vanquished. As each renewed to the aether, 'twas observed that tremors foreshadowing this fourth grew in strength and frequency both. The being doth quicken, and in time it shall become a scourge upon the land. Yet even as we pondered a course of action, a benevolent soul did arise, one who would forestall this threat. Though she be tender in years, she is true of heart and steadfast of resolve. She would solicit thine aid, if thou art willing to proffer it, lest thou wonder this maiden is of our order. Thus did antecedent straightways consent that thou shouldest assist her however thou mayest. As soon as thou art able, hie thee to Wineport, where thy petitioner doth await thee even now. Thou shalt for a certainty find her visage strikingly familiar. It is decided the stance of the Scions must evolve from shifting sand to unyielding stone. My place, however, is here, in this land of unending tragedy. Ere I must remain, until the true nature of the primals is revealed unto me. Many seasons did I toil to fashion a net across the vast realm, a net that catcheth not fish, but nuggets of wisdom more valuable than gold. Yet even possessed of this hoard of knowledge, I cannot purchase all the keys to have confounding doors that bar my passage. Thus I must presume to unsheathe the blade born of light. Thine is a strength that shattereth the stoutest barriers, and doth pierce that which obfuscates the impotent gaze of ordinary men. We have not the luxury of time required from my measured scholarly pace, for the adder's nest is astir, hissing with news of Garuda's return. Her winds have grown ever more violent, ever more destructive. What lieth behind this puzzle, this sudden waxing of power? The answer may well prove vital piece to the puzzle of the primal's existence. Mine eyes perceive a looming wall of strife poised to crash down upon our cities with unrestrained fury. For nonce, you must pacify the Lady of the Vortex. Swiftly now to the adder's nest. High Serpent Commander Helio will have such details as thou needest to proceed. I shall await thee at the waking sands and pray for thy success. So many words, Oriange. So many words. But working on unlocking all of the hard mode primals. Oriange wishes to speak with you about the royal return of good King Mogulmog the 12th. Amongst Mugglekind, the legend of good King Mogulmog doth tell of a wise and magnanimous ruler. Alas, the entity thus summoned put the lie to this imagining with his brief and decidedly unpeaceful reign. 'Twas most disturbing for me to learn, then, that the Moggles Guard have once more succeeded in placing their manic potentate upon his thorny throne. Methinks the agents of chaos doth lurk in the shadows of this deed. Only with the Ascians' guileful intervention could they have called the king back from the aether with such haste. As ever it falls to thee, to the blade born of light, to banish the Paragon's dark ambition from our realm. The 12 only know what dire power doth corrupt the savior of these gentle forest folk. The name has been called Sniffle. The more moderate fact... good grief. Too many words. Oh, I suck at Leviathan. I'm not reading all these. I'm sorry. Too many words for going to talk to people about doing Leviathan hard mode. And one last one, Sheba. And I'm also questing with her, so this is a little bit out of place. That's okay. Alright, so MSQ. Do I know of any returning residents? Gods, don't tell me they're starting to come back. My masters will not be pleased to hear this. Greetings, Sniffle. What can I do for the Silver Bazaar's favorite adventurer? Looking for Morel, you say? If you're hoping to lure her back to Ul'dah, you may as well give up. The girl's done with the city life. Ariel? Yeah, she's here. Left the city for good, she says. Barely leaves her house, though. It's the one closest to the market entrance. Well, she knows she's in trouble.
You are Meriel, the Sultana's former lady-in-waiting?
I know no one of that name. Pray excuse me.
Oh, she's scared.
General Alden.
You're caught, girl.
We will have the truth from you, girl.
Those eyes just... Ooh.
Mayhap it would be better coming from me.
Ooh, Lolorito.
Lolorito, you'd best talk fast.
As you know, Teleji Adeleji's Cartano reclamation bill was no more than a facade. A means to get his grubby little hands on that Allagan monstrosity Omega. When he learned of Nanamo's intention to abdicate, however, he was forced to amend his plans. Suddenly, assassination seemed the most promising way to further his ambitions. I am told Teleji had discovered a maid in whose veins ran the blood of House Thorn. A new, more pliable puppet to sit the throne. 'Twould have caused an uproar, of course, but few could have contested her claim. 'Twas plain that Teleji's wild machinations had outgrown our ability to control them. So I decided to usurp his scheme and left the fool to seal his own demise.
And what of Nanamo?
Oh, I have no desire to harm her grace. 'Twould profit me little to destabilize our government. Thus did I employ young Meriel here to administer a potent sleeping potion in place of a poison. You should know, General, that your dear friend Ilberd was fully aware of my plan. I had him lie about the assassination as a means to prime your rage against Teleji. We weren't entirely sure how you would react, but things went rather better than expected.
You conniving little worm! You had your claws in the Crystal Braves before their first recruit had sworn to serve!
But of course, when a new game begins, 'tis only prudent to have a piece on the board. Ilberd was mine. Truth be told, a significant proportion of the Braves' initial endowment was also mine. With such large sums moving about, 'twas a rather trifling matter to disguise my own contribution. Ah, Ilberd. I secured his services with a promise to support his cause once my authority had been solidified. I swear, the man thinks of naught but prizing Alamigo from the grasp of the Empire. Unlike you, General, the poor fellow seems quite unable to forsake the land of his forefathers. Mayhap that's why he called you a traitor to your people and a disgrace to your homeland, amongst other things. What was it he always compared you to? Oh, yes, an overgrown lapdog begging for scraps at the Sultana's table. Oh, how we laughed. Alas, Ilberd's entertaining little outbursts eventually gave way to wearisome tirades, and the zealous brute became rather unruly. I had no wish to see you executed, you understand, but he would not take no for an answer. Rest assured, his employment with me has long since ended. Which brings us neatly to the present. What say you, General? Both you and the Sultana are alive. We have one corpse and one fugitive. And preparations have been made to restore your good name. Shall we cry quits and start again with a blank ledger?
The hells we will! Do you honestly expect me to forgive and forget? After all you've done? You're guilty of high treason!
Stay your blade, Master Alden. You yourself are not innocent. Or have you forgotten your own crime in executing Teledji Adeledji without trial? Though you acted out of loyalty to the Sultana, such deeds are in violation of both the word and spirit of the law. If you would, Lord Lolorito?
This potion will wake the Sultana from her slumber. Consider it a gesture of conciliation. You will find Her Grace resting comfortably within her private chambers.
What a
Should you
scum.
doubt my word, I shall willingly accompany you to the palace as your hostage.
I like not your motives, Lolorito. But you saved the Sultana's life, and for that, you have my gratitude.
Still want to kill him, though.
Rauban Aldin, you are hereby reinstated as General of the Immortal Flames. The citizens of Ul'dah shall once more be united under Nanamo Ul'Namo, and together we shall usher in a new age of prosperity.
Interesting. That is very... Yeah. Talk about twists and turns. By the 12, I feared Lord Lolorito's arrival would herald another bloodbath. Little did I suspect that he of all people would gift us the means to rouse the Sultana. Shall we also make our way to Ul'dah? I should imagine Bartholomew has been instructed to admit us. Cutscenes! I was honestly kind of hoping to run into a dungeon today, but I guess I've got to get through this before I unlock anything else in Heavensward. Flame General Raubon mentioned you might be coming. Please this way if you will. Aww, with their cute little Chocobo and Moogle. Kind of crazy. You expect her to be dead,
The longest dream.
and then you find out that she's actually still alive, but to actually see her back on the screen, it's just a weird feeling.
'Tis time to wake up, Your Grace. Another day begins in Thanalan, and the sun blazes bright upon the sands.
Aww. Now we've got to catch her up with everything that has happened.
Her Grace is awoken. The palace physician assures me she is none the worse for her slumber. I believe Her Grace will soon resume her plans to place the government of Uldar into the hands of its citizens. Whatever path she chooses to take, I shall walk it with her. And we shall tread slowly, lest the nation be unsettled in our wake.
Her Grace's compassion is a shining beacon to us all. But what our city truly thrives upon is competition. 'Tis in the struggle against our rivals that opportunities are seized and fortunes made. And with the Empire on the offensive once more, now would hardly seem the time to turn our system of government upon its head.
Are you privy to new intelligence, my lord?
I would hardly call it new. Remind me, what was the name of that enormous Imperial warship which met its end in Mordona? Oh, wait, I have it. The Agrius, yes, well. 'Twould appear that the Garleans have been hard at work on another such vessel.
How close are they to completing this ship? Is it operational?
Its maiden flight was a success, I hear. I should imagine Emperor Varus is eager to see how it performs in battle. My lords and ladies, I move that it is time to repair the damage caused by Telegi Adelegi and prepare our great nation to repel the Empire once more.
Dun dun dun.
"'Tis well that the Sultana has awoken. The Syndicate yet needs to put its house in order, but 'twould seem the worst of the confusion has passed. Uldar has taken control of its future, and I must do the same. I have decided to disband the Crystal Braves.
I expected that.
Among the recruits, there were those who supported our Order's goals and convictions with all sincerity. 'Tis my hope that these loyal men and women will choose to remain our allies in the battles to come. As for those who sided with the traitor, Ilberd, they shall be hunted down and held to account for their crimes. It is my earnest hope that they will surrender themselves peaceably when the time comes, though I think it unlikely. Ah, my all-conquering Crystal Braves. The model army meant to pave the way for a single unified Grand Company of Eorzea. That so high an ideal should be brought so low.
Aw, poor Alpha, no. It's because
I need not tell you how deeply the betrayal stung me. Yet I see now that it was mine own naivety and pride which allowed the Braves to fall prey to corruption. As ever, it is to your own shining example that I turn for inspiration. Like you, I mean to stand firm in the face of hardship and give mine all for the cause. Let us resume the search for our missing comrades, that we might come together to shine the light of dawn across the realm once more. The role of Crystal Brave Commander suited me ill, and I shall play it no longer. Henceforth, I shall be no more or less than Alphino, proud member of the Scions.
Blush to speak thus of mine inner turmoil, but the fact remains there is no woman alive in whom I would rather confide. Were it not for your shining example, I might never have emerged from beneath the pall of my despair. Took you long enough. Alphino would know how things stand at the Rising Stones. Still no word from Master Garland. I hope this mana cutter of theirs is nearing completion. I am assured that her grace will make a full recovery. Aye, and Ul'dah too shall flourish once more. General Raubon and his colleagues have matters well in hand, I believe. Lady Aery, a question, if I may. I believe your people have been keeping a close watch on the Crystal Braves. Might you know how things stand at the Rising Stones? Ah, yes, of course. You will be pleased to know that the 3rd Unit Braves abandoned Revenant's Toll when they learned of Captain Ilberd's defeat. The only blue uniforms to be seen there now are those worn by soldiers loyal to you, Master Alphino. To me. I see. I am grateful to hear that at least some of our members were true to their oaths. Ere we return to Ishgard, I must go to the Rising Stones and thank these stalwarts for their service. It shall be my final act as Crystal Brave Commander. Will you join me, Sniffle? You were there at the company's inception. 'Tis only fitting that you be present at its end, and I would appreciate the support. Back to the Rising Stones. Commander, you're alive. And Sniffle too, I knew you'd scrape through. My splendid Crystal Braves, I have wronged you, all of you. My promises of glory and salvation have brought you naught but blood and betrayal. Bah, you'll not hear us complaining. 'Twas a sight messier than expected, but we was still fighting for the freedom of all, just like we swore. Ain't that right, mates? Aye. You humble me. I am truly blessed to have such steadfast comrades. It is with the most profound regret, then, that I must... That's enough of that, Commander. We know what you've a mind to say, and we ain't having none of it. We've talked it over and we're all agreed. You can take our uniforms and strip us of our ranks, but we won't be no less of a company. But the Crystal Braves. The Crystal Braves may be finished, but the ideals upon which the company was founded live on. They bind us each to each other, and to you. Commander Alphino, our minds are made up, so you may as well get used to it. Let us help the Scions, let us help you find Menphelia and the others. That's worthy. My friends, after all that's happened, I know not what to say. Aww. Aw, he crying. I had thought my tears spent. My grandfather used to say that one could measure a man by the constancy of his comrades. Mayhap I am the exception which proves the rule. Nay, do not protest. I know that I am not worthy of their loyalty, Sniffle. But as Thaliak is my witness, I shall do everything in my power to earn it. As you should, sir. The person that doesn't want the power is the one who should have it the most, because they do not, or are less likely to abuse it. I must speak of future plans with the remaining Braves. Any information we uncover on the missing Scions will need to be shared with our allies across the realm, specifically Urianger and the Waking Sands and Tatru and Ishgard. While we are organizing our various channels of communication, I would ask that you call upon Master Garland at the manufactory. I will join you in Ishgard as soon as I am able. Yay! And it doesn't look like it's a mess, but they're cleaning it up. I'm sure that'll get cleaned eventually. Or I hope he doesn't have to stand there with that crate for the next forever. What's Lorraine got? For keepsake, something tells me this is a hard mode. Wayfarer like yourself must be privy to all manner of tales. Yes, so tell me. Amdapor Keep. Hard mode Amdapor Keep. What, it was you who did the deed? Then you are just the person I've been seeking. There is a man I would have you lend your ear to, here known as Adestan. He dwells in Camp Tranquil, from where he surveys the Twelveswood of late. He has sensed dark stirrings in the Amdapor Keep and would speak with one who has braved the ruins already. Nice. Make sure there are no crazy quests there. Don't see any blue quest. Starting to run short on time. If there's any more cutscenes, I'll probably be cutting it short after the next one or two. I need to leave close to about 1 o'clock Central Time. I've got some errands to run. Before I go pick up the kids. Not down there. Prospectometer seems rather fond of you. Let's see, shall we? Odd garb, striking presence. Would I be right in assuming that you're one of those adventurous types? Depends. Are you going to give me an aetherite or the whatever to get flying? Oh, I thought as much. Oh, this is for a job. Oh, machinist. I don't want to be a machinist. Maybe later, but not right now. Right now we need to talk to Sid. Snipple, how in the seven hells do you do it? I was just about to send for you. We have but this moment completed the Manicutter's first successful test flight. A few minor adjustments and she'll be ready to go. While we see to the finishing touches, you might want to pay a visit to Fortal Manor. A dragoon by the name of Vestinian was looking for you. Estinian. You have fulfilled your obligations to the Eldons, then? Mistress Pt.3 has been keeping me apprised of the situation. Once I learned that these Manicutters and Master Garlands were nearing completion, I saw no reason to tarry in the mess. For the present, Nidhogg seems content to remain in the Aery, plotting his revenge. Might not this be an apt moment to unfold our plans to Sir Aery? I think we have kept him in the dark long enough.
All stands ready, Lord Commander.
Ah, the moment has come then.
Pray excuse my lateness. I paid a brief visit to the workshop to inquire about the Manicutters. The engineers assure me that they're ready.
The area is now but a short flight away. Yet what a long and winding path we took to reach this point. Were it not for Master Alphino's proposal, we never would have attempted to parley with the dragons. Though our negotiations yielded little, our expedition with Lady Isar taught us much.
You took an unimaginable risk. I could scarce believe the tale Estinian told.
Aye. 'Tis true that many of our countrymen would sooner die than join hands with the heretic's mistress. But 'twas through that most unlikely of alliances that we came to speak with Hraesvelgr.
A conversation that went rather poorly, as I recall.
In this instance, the journey was more important than the destination. Had we not slain Nidhogg's consort, Tiaman, and put the Great Worm on his guard, the Dravanians would have arrived at Ishgard's walls long ago.
Aye, that they would. Full grateful am I for every hour of respite your actions have afforded us. Thanks to you, our defenses are much improved. 'Tis but a pity they won't be enough.
Thus, you believe an assault upon the Aery represents the city's best chance of survival. Is that not so, Estinian?
I am under no illusions. Nidhogg's might is legendary. But with his eye in my possession, I can stifle his strength at the source. Victory will be hard won, even so. And I shall be glad indeed to have the Warrior of Light at my side.
You shall have my blade as well. There are more of these mana cutters to be had, yes?
Lord Commander, no!
How can I, a proud knight of Ishgard, stand by and do naught while an outsider risks life and limb for our homeland? I swore an oath to protect this city.
Pray leave the slaying of dragons to dragoons, Sir Knight. Your duty to command the city's defense is no less vital. Should we fail, and Nidhogg slip through our grasp, who then will hold the walls against him? Will you leave Ishgard in the hands of the Holy Sea's zealots?
There are others.
Who but you has the authority and the standing to orchestrate a city-wide defense? I do not, and neither does the Warrior of Light. That is why it is our place to fight, and yours to remain here, Lord Commander.
Gotta do what you gotta do, buddy.
What? You too, Master Alphino? By the Fury! You have shown some promise, but this adversary is far beyond your skills.
Your candor is appreciated, Sir Dragoon. I shall remain then and cheer you from afar.
Time to grow up, Alphino.
Well, my friend, would seem I have discouraged the last of the volunteers, and claimed the task as ours alone. But if any alive can best this worm, 'tis surely we too.
Yep, it has not. Unlocked yet. I have pricked Master Alphino's pride, I fear. But had I been less forceful, the boy would have insisted on accompanying us to the Aery. Do not think me blind to his talent. With a few more campaigns under his belt, I have no doubt that Alphino will make a fine field commander. But one does not practice on an adversary such as Nidhogg. We shall be hard-pressed enough without the added worry of carrying a novice. Into the Aery. Oh, there's the final Aether Current. We have tarried long enough. Let us call upon Master Garland and take possession of the Mana Cutters. Let's see how much time I have left. I can kind of put this off to, or put off For a few minutes if it's a quick run. Sniffle, old friend, the cutters are ready when you are. Minor adjustments cost us a few sleepless nights, but we got there in the end. Which means you can get where you need to go. I tell you, these little beauties tear through that windberry like a cermet drill through cottage cheese. And that, my friends, is a Garland Ironworks guarantee. If you ever thanks, come, Warrior of Light, the Dreadworm awaits. That's cool looking. Just a regular dungeon. I'll wait 5 minutes. I should be able to do it in about 30 minutes. Let's see. That's what I was wanting this entire time anyway. Let's do it. While I'm waiting on this to pop, I'm just completing some of these. Your comment, Lorraine's urging. Good heavens, the elements smile upon me. Amdapor Keep. Just like always. You gotta go back to there again to prove that you know where it's at. And let's do this. Alright, I'm going in blind. Let's see how it goes. And this guy's not gonna... Oh, he did finally pop in. Awesome. Dragon! Melt your bones to ash. There we go. This is a long cutscene. That's okay, they can wait. Alright, so far not so bad. Lots of running. First boss. Cool. Oh, that looks really cool. Shit. how far we got to go. They straight up angry. So far this trash hasn't been too bad. Let's pull back this way, get everybody out of the way. Oh, another loot. I think I actually need any of that. Oh, next boss. He's pretty cool looking too. Much left. I don't have much time left, so that works. Alright, alright, alright. What do we got? What do we got? This is the first time I've ever actually been here, so I'm somewhat concentrating, trying to not screw up too terribly bad. Oh, here comes some more. That wasn't too horrible. It's pretty cool, actually. Well, here we go with the final boss. Let's see how they changed it. I've never done it before, so this is just standard to me. Where you at, Nidhogg? Come on. I'll drop in. Come on, let's do this. Got him. Oh yeah, sure. Estinian's the one who comes and does it. That was a fun fight. There was a lot to it, but that was really fun. I enjoyed that. Alright. Let's finish up this cutscene and we'll get kids. Thou wouldst use mine own eye against me, time hath done naught to dilute thy kind's depravity. I have not forgotten thee, dragoon. Mine essence claimed thee once, and shall do so again.
No worm! This ends here!
Ooh. Stab it into his eye? I think he might have. Whoa. And he turned red. He said he would be painted in the blood before the quest was over.
You gifted my people 1,000 years of suffering. Now I gift you an eternity in darkness.
Except now he's going to lose control. Because 2 eyes. Boom. 3. Halfway done with Heavensward. Nice.
They are ours, Lord Eldrath. The eyes of Nidhogg.
Aye. The worm lies broken and my father is avenged. With the wellspring of his vitality thus denied him, Nidhogg shall not linger long in this world. But behold the terrible price we have paid. My sire is dead. So many brother knights slain. We traded our honor for the strength which now courses in our veins. And still we are forced to make such sacrifice.
But not in vain, my lord. Hraesvelgr is the only great worm left in Dravania, and he dares not leave his lair. With Nidhogg's eyes in your possession, who now can challenge the might of Ishgard, ascend the throne, and take your rightful place as the ruler of our people?
Oh, lose control of yourself.
Nay, my friend. I must forsake the mantle of king. Though Nidhogg be defeated, his wormling horde yet darkens the skies with wings beyond counting. As one who partook of Ratatoska's strength, it shall be my penance to bear a knight's arms until death grants me leave to retire. When that day comes, no prince shall perish, but a hell's-bound hunter of dragons.
But Lord Haldreth, what then shall become of the royal line?
Think of your people, my lord. Without a king, who will the common man turn to in his hour of need? How will he find his way without your benevolent hand to guide him?
I thank you, Sir Flavian and Sir Silvertrill, for dispelling my remaining doubts. With men of such wisdom and compassion in service to the realm, 'tis plain that Ishgard has no need of a king. But if you must bow to the demands of tradition, you need look no further than yourselves for one worthy to wear the crown.
Ooh. So he is one of the original, or he is the original line of kings, or of the original line of kings, I have a feeling.
Fare thee well, my brother knights, my loyal friends. On these shoulders shall I bear the weight of my father's sins. With this lance, shall I repay the debt accrued through our misdeeds.
Oh.
What cruel jest has fate played upon us? Have we seized this desperate victory only to lose a king?
We can but act as our lord has bid. We few who remain must divide between us the rulership of Ishgard and her people.
Not I. My oath was to Lord Haldrath, and he alone. If he is not to be king, then I would hang up my shield as well.
Will you abandon us too, sir?
Interesting.
I would wash my hands of blood and betrayal, and take up an honest trade. Mayhap I shall serve ale instead of sharpened steel.
That voice does not fit that face. Or not what I would expect from that.
We four, then.
Forton, Hylanat, Dyrendare, and Zemile. But 4 houses to rule all of Ishgard.
And what of the throne?
We keep it empty, until the day a king rises once more. we must assume the role of stewards. We shall shape our nation anew with a history of our own making, and let the truth of this dark day die here, upon the battlefield.
Interesting. Kind of cool, really.
What ails you, friend? Are you wounded? You have borne witness to history. To the culmination of the first battle with Nidhogg. The legend of Ishgard's founding tells that our ancestors were led to the land of Kurthus by the valiant King Thordan. In the midst of their journey, they came to a wide chasm, where they were set upon by a great worm, Nidhogg. A furious battle then ensued, with Thordan leading the van. Though the brave king was slain defending his people, his son, Haldrath, the first Azure Dragoon, fought on undaunted. And with a mighty thrust of his lance, he gouged out Nidhogg's eye, forcing the wicked creature into retreat. Thus, did this eldritch orb become a sacred treasure of Ishgard, lending its power to every knight deemed worthy to bear the title of Azure Dragoon. A rousing tale, is it not? Would that I could still believe it. But your vision, which we must accept as immutable truth, leaves no room for doubt, save on one point. If Haldrath took both of Nidhogg's eyes, then how came this eye to be lodged in the worm's skull? Beneath every answer we unearth, another question lies buried.
Nope. Because Hraesvelgr only had one eye, so that's Hraesvelgr's eye, to save his brother.
"'Twas a fierce battle, but one I knew we would win. Your fame is well-deserved, warrior of light. Full proud am I to have fought at your side. I would fain return with all swiftness to Ishgard to inform the Lord Commander of our triumph."
With your new red-stained armor?
But we must first have words with Hraesvelgr. There are parts of this tale that the worm has kept from us, and I would know wherefore.
Alright. And this is where we leave it. I've got to go pick up kids. Everyone have a great day. Roughly 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, I will be streaming over on Twitch. Look me up, Sniffle23. Going to be doing hard mode dungeons and probably hard mode primals as well. Trying to get through those, unlock everything, trying to get the blue quests all complete. Alright everyone, have a good one. Bye.